Right, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, it's Farmer George here. And what I'm just going to do is check that my sound and everything is running okay. And we'll see if we can get things moving. We'll get the row on the show. We'll see if we can get things moving. We'll get the row on the show. So, I think we're just about there. We've got some action. It's not lights, it's sound. Camera and Smack Son. Smack Grandson. He's laughing. The last episode was Farmer George and grandson Farmer Tyler, but he's opted for Parlia, so that's fine. Billied again. Right, so this is basically where we left off. I was trying to sort these vehicles out, and I'm just in a farming simulator's mood today. So, why ain't the engine starting? Because only one answer. Stop the driver, you know. The driver is driving me mad. Now I should be able to start. So that was down to there. Now the only problem is there was another. I found the correct course, but then can I find it again? Because in the previous episode today, the course that I'd loaded was the wrong spin it round, and it actually took a course over this fence. So unless my tractor has learnt to do any steeple jumping, you know, since I need to be able to go around it. So the one that says, obviously I haven't named them very well. Bunker Unload I think is the one that I put in the last time. Just open that. No, there's nothing in there. So Bunker Run files, which is, then there was cow courses in there, you see, and in there's field 5 courses, cut bale and windrow, Strotbahn, F7, Bunker Run. I think that's this one that we're on now. But the thing is, once you've combined the course, it just says 2 combined courses and you don't get any detail. So that would be another mod for somebody to make, where you can actually see in Courseplay, although they don't use Courseplay like they used to do. And I don't know why. I mean, Courseplay was brilliant. It took a little bit of getting used to and understanding. Grain delivery to farmyard silo. So if I was going to come to here and that field wasn't going to be grass, F7 or any other field, I might do a drive to field 7 course and then take the field 7 course to farmyard. So I used to build lots of farmyard courses. That's the silo where it would drop off at, with this bucket that's at the front of the silo. I don't know if you can see my mouse, that bucket there. So that would be that one, grain delivery. But that's from field 5, grain delivery to farmyard solo. So silo 1. Right, I'm just going to have to risk it again. And I think I'll get it wrong again, but never mind. Emitter spray, bunker crop, drop off. Bunker crop. That should say bunker crop drop off. Obviously I didn't have enough, so this is crops. But bunker silo 1. If I can see another one. Farmyard to straw barn. BK1. Oh, and back. Course number 1. So that's what that means. Straw barn and back. So from this farmyard, it goes all the way over to the straw barn, which is right over the other side of the islands, about 2 islands away. This is a gold mine to sawmill, and I call it an X course because it's got crossing points. Every time it passes a point, I might actually show you something like that later. Sawmill to farmyard, X course. So these X courses, the way I've designed them, a lot of people used to do it, it's not my invention by any means. Wait till the helicopter, it's just up there in the sky between the trees. That's the helicopter's just gone by again. It's noisy, isn't it? No wonder the farmyard was in a state. The farmer must have gone by me. So unload auto baler. That parks over that way somewhere. Because, no, sorry. Over there. Yeah, it does park over there. Because there's bales over there. So it's funny how you remember these things, you know. And if not, you can always just test one course or 2 courses. And just the only thing I haven't done. Teller, loader, course, south bunker. The other thing I haven't got on my screen is the compass. So I used to have a mod which used to put a compass head in there, just a little long bar like this. And obviously as you spun the camera around, you knew which way you was facing. So as long as you was looking out the front windscreen, you know which direction you was heading in. And simple as that. And that mod doesn't work anymore. Loading truck telehandler. Grass cut 01 on field 07. So that's a field 7 grass cut course. Farmyard to field 01. Grass cut 01. Farmyard. So this would be maybe the course that goes back to field 7 after this next one, which drops the crops off. So I'm going to have to put that one in, and we'll see that course goes right round there and takes us to that point. So let's just manage that course on its own. That one should be there. But something else is going wrong with Courseplay these days, because when I initially created these courses, I think I've been playing this particular farmyard for about a year or so. This one's in the way. It's not going to start quick enough, is it? So now he's tried to avoid this vehicle and he is now going the wrong way. This tractor here with the narrow wheels is going to be the other truck using the other wagon. So once I get this one running correctly, I might consolidate the course, which is what I normally do, into one course. Next closest waypoint, that's good. So now it should open because I've set it to drop off. But the thing that I think is going wrong in these courses now, it used to be that you could design each individual component. See, that's emptied just in time, so it should stop there. Right, and I'll stop the driver now. The next course is the important one to miss this railing out, and there's no way of me testing it, but one thing I can do is consolidate this part of the course by saying save it. So everything up to now has been okay, apart from this other aspect that I'm sort of like annoyed about. So let me explain what I think used to happen. And I have got videos where you can see the whole of the course working, this tractor taking this wagon over to the field, picking up the crop, driving back to the farmyard, dropping off the crop, and then driving back to the field to restart. And now it doesn't do that. There was an issue when the map needed updating, or Giant software needed updating, and Courseplay needed an update, and it wouldn't let me play with the old version. So these are the issues that you're constantly at war with. Like, so you update the game, then Courseplay won't work with it. Then Courseplay won't work with certain mods that you used to use. So those trucks that are, I forget the name of the vehicle, so I am going to just quickly teleport these vehicles where they bend in the middle, right, which that shouldn't be doing that because the engine hasn't turned on. Used to be my go-to vehicles, and they now don't work very well with Courseplay. They still work, but they're not working as well as they used to do. So this part of this course, from hither across the yard there where it was stopped earlier, to hither where we are now, uses this, which is, I have to go off it to show you what it is. Where it's blue, it's called empty combine and offload, right? Which is that one there. Now I've got it selected, so it's called empty combine and offload. But it's all these things what they've tried to do which confuse the issue, like reverse switches. So when something's on, it's actually off. Just a second. So yeah, the issue now is to get the next part of the course going. We are going to have people interrupting the video from time to time, so I just have to say hang on a second, because life still goes on, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, I love this game, and the thing is that they keep messing with it. They get it working perfectly, and then they come along and destroy it. So it's like, you know, you build a perfect sandcastle on the beach, and there's always some person has to come along and wade right through it. So you do that to my sandcastle, and you've got a fight on your hands. So the thing is, let's consolidate this course. So those 3 combined courses are now going to be called temporarily, because I can always delete this course and it doesn't affect the other courses. This is going to be called Field 07. I'll call it Consolidated X3. It's a BS name, but we'll remember that, won't we? I can delete that later. I can add another course to this. If this one's the correct course, I can then go back and delete F07 consolidated 3. So I've consolidated them 3 courses into one. But let me just explain what I was saying about the way these things used to work. Was you could record that bit of the course, what there's that loop I've just done, on offload your combine. You could record the next bit of the course, which is taking us back to field 7 on Just Drive Me there, and I could do that anyway. The other easy way to do this is just to start this course here and drive it back. So let me just see if I get this wrong when I add this next course to it. I will just delete the course with that button, recall consolidated X3, and then I will drive there on my own, because I've got this wrong twice in the past up to now. So we'll go to the world, which tells me the world icon tells you all of your courses that you've got, and we want to go from the farmyard to F7. But this one here with the grass cut 01 is a consolidated course. That was a 2-in-1. So I probably started with F7 grass cut 01, and I've seen that grass cut 01 course. There's grass cut 01, and I've put on field 07. So it started there, and then I had to consolidate it with a journey to the farmyard. Oh, sorry, from the farmyard to field 7. Farmyard to Strobarn. So I don't want this course. This is farmyard to field 7 was that one. But if it now crosses that fence, which I suspect it might do, because I don't see that's farmyard to farmyard, I don't know what that's about. And that's F7's cut bale and windrow. That is part 1 of this course we've just made. So let's do it. We're just going to do it. Farmyard to F7. And if you don't understand these folders, this folder is the move to folder. That is append the course to the end of this course, which we're going to do. And this one is load this course, merge into loaded courses. So you can use either of these 2 buttons. Append the course at the end of this, so we're going to go yes, and yet that's the wrong course because it takes us across that. So the way to now fix that one is first off, I want to sort of destroy that course, because 07, it was that one. I'm going to end that. This course to field 7 there, we're going to delete that altogether. And there's the other issue as well in this. Sometimes if you accidentally knock that one instead of that one, there's no confirmation you've deleted the course. Even if it deleted it moved it to another folder which was called deleted, and then when you close your game they get deleted. You know, you still wouldn't know though, but really you need a confirmation that it should say, are you sure you want to delete this course? Because you might have took ages making it. But let's go. Find that consolidated course that we just made. There it is. So we'll bring that back. So that's the whole 3. And now that means that we would potentially like to start there. She's just one ahead. Now I will delete it again. It's only positioning for the vehicle because this vehicle would have naturally stopped here. There, right? So we'll stop the driver, we'll delete this course, we will drive forwards a little bit there, and we will start the next part of the course, which is just going to be a drive to course, and we'll start the course recording. So that field has started to wither or something. I don't think I had. Hang about, just a minute. Why has that field changed? It should not have changed. So I don't like the helpers to refill the slurry or the fertiliser or the fuel or anything. Crop destruction is on. Periodic ploughing and lime is required. Plant growth is normal. The helpers cannot fill manure, slurry, fertiliser, seed, fuel. Default usage of fuel. Stop and go braking is off. Automatic engine start is off. Because you don't get in your car and the engine mysteriously starts, do you? It's like ridiculous. We're in real time. I've called this map Island of Death because we keep falling off into the water. Weeds are on. Where's the withering though? Off. So the issue is with withering, and you say, well, you want a realistic, but you can't get realistic because you haven't got all year to manage your crops. You can't go looking at your crop for the next 3 months, examining it every single day. We're playing in real time, and the crops literally grow in a day or two. So there's where the reality breaks, okay? So I'll just save game again like that. I'll go back to here. We're still recording. We haven't stopped. So there's the beauty of cosplay as well. You can just stop. And generally when we take this road, we will just stay either to the right or to the left, or maybe the centre of the road. It doesn't really matter because there's not much room on this lane. It's just that I might sometimes park a vehicle on the right there in order to pass. There is a vehicle parked around this corner on the pickup truck. Should be just round this next rock. There it is. And one of the best ways to learn the map is actually not to have the map on. So I'll keep the course on, but if you press number 9, of course you bring your map up, and if you press it again you get it even bigger. But I don't need the map because I've got an image of, you know, the layout in my head. Basically I know where things are. I was trying to stay over to the right hand side of this lane here, and now I cannot remember I was going to start a whole new course because the old courses that we're using currently are not working. They're not switching between their different modes. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'll stop here just temporarily in order to refuel without putting a waypoint. If I press R, so it can do it if it needs to, and when it gets below like 20%, because it passes through the petrol station here, it will stop. Now the only other caveats you've got to this is that when you're doing a big course like this, it's going to go all over that field, drive down to the farmyard, drop off the load, and then drive all the way back. This is the fourth part of the course, of course, where it drives all the way back. I can't exactly see now where the course starts, so I'm going to use this bush as my stopping point. So we'll just turn the course off, stop it there, and we will save this as the new farmyard to field 07, and I will call it let's call it in brackets O2, and we'll save it. And now we'll clear it. We'll bring back the consolidated course. F7, the one we just created. Adding that onto the course. And now, when we drive course, it should be on that one. We're not going to consolidate this course just yet. I want to see whether it works. So it started on this course, which is a fieldwork course. And what I'm saying is that you used to be able to make a fieldwork course, then a drive to, transfer directly, just drive to and from. That means it turns off the fieldwork, and the auger wagon motor used to go off, so it wasn't collecting, and the actual thing would go up. So it's down and turned on. Now it's on this. It should actually, when I set it going, it'll turn off briefly while it drives to there, because it still thinks it's in this course. That's the aeroplane that flies over, dive bombing that cargo ship out there. There's the oil rig. It looks quite nice, this map, especially with the old lamps like this. So you just got a really nice image of that lamp, you know, an old split telegraph pole that's been probably reused. The groove in it for the, you know, maybe it's been struck by lightning, I don't know. Or for the wire that runs the light, you know. Anyway, great stuff. So let's see what happens when we drive this course. Nothing. So let's pull forward a little and do it again. Now we're off that other course. Start course at the first waypoint. And it'll always say that because the little bit of land there is not, you know, so the pickup is down, and you can see inside that it is actually moving. So looks like I'm getting the ice cream. Ice cream. So I haven't actually set the offset, and it is offset. So The previous course I made, this is another issue that's been going on. The offset has changed literally every time that I run this course. Probably one back, I don't know. 0.6. And it's important because this course actually goes quite close to a lot of the trees at the ends on the turns. And that was just me being greedy, trying to get every last little bit of grass. So I'm now having a cornetto. It's a hot summer's day, a Sunday afternoon in the UK, and looks very much as sunny as this outside my house. So we are picking up. Now the things that Cosplay used to do again in previous iterations was, especially when you was using it for slurry and putting it on a field, it could call automatically the slurry wagon which refilled the wagon. They used to pull alongside each other and one wagon would fill the other, and you could get all that to run automatically. Now this happens in a similar sort of fashion. Now that should say, I'm full, let's skip to the next part of the course, and it should just take off. Or at least one of the things it used to do when I first created this course was it would just stop picking up and keep driving. So I don't know why it stops. It just sits there waiting. Which is a problem, because if I'm off doing something else and I leave this to do this field, the helper sits there and blocks the next vehicle driving along. So vehicle convoy. I get an air rifle and shoot him down. Bounce a few pellets off his window. So I do not know And that just causes a lot of problems. Allow finding a path which needs to reverse driving with non-towed implements only, so that's why it causes a problem. But it never used to be. You could always reverse and tell AI to reverse. So there's one that's been turned off. Right, so it looks like everything's okay. I'll have to leave that like that for the time being, but for now we've got to stop the driver. Normally it would just drive up and down this course, wasting fuel. In its current iteration, the stopping thing, what it's just done, is brand new. So, and I had someone else trying to help me with it. He was saying it's totally not that way and it was the other way, and I said, well, I remember it being the way I'm saying it is, and I've actually got videos to prove that it did it that way. So then there's this issue where when I first recorded these courses, so I'm going to have to move that yellow truck anyway, it would come all the way down here. There's that little wave that we did there because I couldn't get it to keep straight. It would go all the way down to the bottom, it would do a U-turn, it would come back up this one and go. This is a different turn off. Then I said this is all in its current previous iteration when it was working, and now it's not working because it started stopping soon as the wagon's full. What it previously used to do was, when it was working just as it was intended, soon as the wagon was full, so you could be on that, imagine we're on that line that it was on, like the second line of snot on the road, or the windrow of the line of grass. It would just be full. As it was full, it wouldn't stop. The pickup would raise and it would just start driving. Granted, it would start driving randomly directly for the next point. So you had to make sure that this point here was right in a place that you could reach it from any point on the field where it decided it was full. As soon as it gets to full, it heads for this point and switches to a drive-to course. So we now can't use the first waypoint anymore, so we have to use the current or the closest waypoint. And now it keeps coming up with this, you don't have access to this land. No, this is a public road. So and because it's still on fieldwork, where it should have switched to that. Literally, when it used to work as it did maybe a couple of years ago, you could switch. You could stop it and look at the course plate inside, and you would see that when you got to the actual meat and potatoes of the controls, as far as I remember, I mean I may be wrong, I never thought it wouldn't. I never thought it would stop working. So perhaps that little tractor won't make it up here with this. I thought I had the little tractor on before, like, you know, but anyway. What I will do is I'll quickly switch to this tractor. And go pick up that other wagon. And I think the answer to it simply would be if somebody rebuilt Courseplay, because all the various iterations that they've recreated have now become. Oh, hang about, I forgot. I'm going to be using this tractor for filling the. I'll leave the engine running. Let's just send it on this one. This will do it. This is massively too big. Oh, I've got that tractor there, that's better. That's got his bales. They ain't got bale spike on. It's okay though, I might need him. So he has just transitioned from a drive-through course. Did he drop? Did he drop the load off? He didn't. Now this is going to break the immersion a little bit because the hedges and the fences are not real. Look, there's no crop destruction going on the other farmers' fields though. So what it should have done when it comes to the top of here, I mean, what's the point of having merged courses if it won't switch the mode, right? So currently on this mode, drive-through mode, this screen here, drive to, it would be here, and then when it gets to here it would switch to this mode where it moves over from the end. It stops here and it drives to here, and now it's in a drive to mode. So I'm sure they could make these clever modders could make a new courseplay for each of the previous farming simulator games, because they're still very much loved and very much played. You know, latest update 2025 to courseplay for FS19, FS17, FS13, and even arguably FS08 or 9. And 22 and 25 as well, why not? Just make it so that it's a simple course where you've got to get it all right in one go, perhaps. If it's too hard to do the whole thing in one go. But let's just try something different with this. This one. We will start just about here. But there are no ways to manage the actual modes like this. So if I was to go straight into field work, it should, imagine if you're the modder and you're making this courseplay course, that using whatever mode you want, as soon as you start recording, it'll record when you change different modes. So I'm going to say start course recording. I'm starting with fieldwork on, but I haven't actually got whoops, I'll slow that down. I haven't actually got the pickup rail down. Nor have I got the auger wagon switched on, so it's not going to pick up. And then the recorded course should record when I switch different modes. Currently I should be in the drive to mode, which means no pickup rails. But can I switch to that? While I'm actually recording the course? That would be interesting to see if it did that. That's how I maybe should have started it. Maybe it works differently and works like that. So I'm following the old tracks of the old vehicle in front. You can see that it's left some tracks. Ideally, you only have to record the course once, and then you can let the AI do it over and over again. And you can even say, when there's no more crop left on the field, go and park. So, and I don't see why there hasn't been a courseplay module made to detach the trailer, because there's another issue. We've never had that. That would be a first. I'll just press R and fill with diesel. So now he has stopped. We won't stop this course, we will just temporarily hop out and say drive now. But will he automatically switch? So the pickup hasn't come down. See if I can switch them on manually. But I was waiting till he... There's the other thing as well about the when you're harvesting. With the harvester, for people who don't know, you used to be able to harvest the crop, and then the harvester would stop when it's full, go over and tip at a wagon that's at the side of the field, and then return without running over any of the crop to the point that it left. Now the tractor's just slowed down. I'm waiting to see if it drops the header, the actual pickup head. It shouldn't do it until it comes to a part where it's previously not done. In fact, it shouldn't do all this winding round where it's already been. It should just drive from the delivery course, which was the drive to course, to the point on the field where it was. But I just don't want to interrupt it, because this is the way it was working previously. It would drive all the way up and down this course, even though you'd picked up, say you picked up 20 rows of a 21 row field and you only had one row to go, it would still drive you the 20 rows every time it came up, and that wasn't ideal. But now it should put the thing down. It hasn't sensed the crop there, so it should definitely sense the crop now, because it hasn't been here before. It's just slowing down for the turn, I think, which is down to about 5 miles an hour. And it has not yet put the heads down, and it's also well, the windrow is off centre. I don't think it's the... Follow this now. So what we're going to have to do is stop the driver, switch the mode, and continue. So now it's picking up, but it will probably stop again once it's full. Right, so we're still recording, and it doesn't matter how long you sit here, it will just, you know, pick up that course. The other thing I didn't quite think about here was that I now do not have a way to follow the other vehicle. I should have done that. Right, so that must be 7 o'clock, is it? Yes, 1900, the lights have come on, but not really needed out here. So the next part of the course was the drive to course, and it should have left this automatically. Stop at the last point is activated. Is that maybe what's stopping it? But the end of this particular course is messed up. This was about the 3rd iteration that I did, and I just gave in because it was driving me mad, as you can tell. And then you get arguing with people who've played the game for years. I know what I'm talking about and all that, and you go through all them with stages with people, and some of them say it's never done this and it's never done that. So well, I've actually got proof of it working. So one of the last ones where I don't want to turn into a rant video, but you know, hopefully we're just talking peacefully, just me just chatting away with you, and you know, you can either fall asleep listening to my video, or you know, can sit and have it quietly on in the background. pay interest when you like. That's what I do, especially with other people's videos. I've got quite a lot of people that I follow who play farming sims, and I just like the. So I can't turn the lights off, so I should be able to override the lights. Yeah, alright, they stopped the drivers on, but as soon as I put the driver on, he is going to put the lights on again. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go and let him empty this. I could have even actually just changed that to a empty course, because he is still driving to that point, and when he gets there, in this part of the course it's still no pickup and no things. But field work was always the one where you could pick up the grass with the hog wagon, and you could never do it with anything else. Even if you manually triggered the pickup and the auger wagon, it still wouldn't record it. And that's what I'm hoping some modders make that much more simple to use. Because a lot of kids these days who play this, the younger generations, they're not got the patience or the attention span, maybe. I don't know what it is. I don't want to be rude to anyone, but you know, where we used to sit with farming sims and make things if we hadn't got them. Nowadays, it doesn't do this. Forget it then. I'll move on to the next game. You know. And then, like I mentioned earlier in the previous stream, they want you to teleport the bales onto the trailer. They want you to teleport the animals to the farmyard. They want you to teleport or make the feeding of the animals automatic, so you'd have to feed them. They want to make the water refill automatically. So this previously stopped here, but because it's now on the it was on the Drive 2 course, now it's on the course which was offload the wagon. It should offload the wagon. So I fully expect it to drop its load now. Yes, it's doing it. Then I've got to wait for that to go back so that I can follow it with the other vehicle. I also need to get this to go around. So merry-go-round. We'll start there. These things have been going incredibly wrong. For some reason it climbed the wall and turned itself on its side earlier today. So we'll go that way. I will be using this implement on the front eventually. But right now I just need to flatten the grass. So right, and just keep driving that course. Why is it going backwards is what I want to know. No need for it. I didn't ask it to go backwards. So now this is where it's causing me grief. So I didn't ask for this. And why is this stupid drawing on here? What's that about? You know? just do that. Please just drive the course that I gave you. Right, I've got no patience for you, so I'll leave that now. Right, so he should be coming up behind us. There he is, he's moving in the distance. Did you see him? A bit of time just to start his engine again. And then wait for him to come down here. And if you wanted to, you could set his juicing up to 98%. So anytime he goes below 2% off 100, he will stop and take a little sip. So just stop the driver temporarily while we get round this other vehicle. I'll get him in front, because what we're doing with this other larger tractor behind is making just one complete course where we're just trying it. It's just a test. So now I want him on field work, and I want him to drive to the next one, and then I'm going to follow with field work on, and I'm going to switch on and lower a header and hopefully catch up to this guy pretty quick. He will slow down in the corner, and that's where I'll hopefully catch him. I don't know if I'm on exactly the same line, so I won't deviate to try and pick up this bit. That'll be... it can just stay there for me. I mean, this is the thing in it, you know, when you're driving all over a field, just trying to pick up a wisp here and there. So really, this is just me testing course plough to see why it isn't working the way it used to do. Because it's quite annoying. Now I think back of all the other courses I've got for other maps in FS19 and FS17 that probably don't work anymore. So I was going to tell you a little story about one argument I was having with a guy who claims to be a modder, but yet he couldn't show me any of his mods that he'd ever done. I'm not really bothered about catching everything on the turn there, so I've just picked up a bit there just for a laugh. So I'm trying to follow in his wheel tracks, but it's very difficult to see his wheel tracks. Actually, since this is probably always going to be picked up, I'll just catch up with him without the auger wagon turned on, and I'll send the auger wagon back on now. I know I'm closer. Cruise control 3. So this argument was basically how he was saying that he was, I can't remember if it commented to me about a video I made and said that I'd faked it, that the faking of the video was his complaint that was Cosplay has never done that, has never been able to do that, and he knows because he was instrumental in making Cosplay. And I said, well, it did do it, so obviously you must be telling porkies. So we was both at loggerheads at that point. Sometimes when you've got grass down on the ground, it will not let you pick it up because it'll claim that you don't own the land. Well, this I haven't bought the road. That doesn't mean I can't clean the road though, does it? I mean, in real life, if I spill coffee on your carpet, I can come and clean your carpet even though I don't own the carpet and it's not my house. You know, in real life I'd be able to pick up the grass. I'd even be able to go to another farmer's field and steal the grass. And if you did that, then maybe you should get some sort of fight on your hands for it. So now I'm stuck at a loggerhead again. I'll have to just jump out and let him go on empty. We're going to bring him back to this point, and actually if I just take him there's no way I'm going to be able to see this course ever, to be honest with you, without following this guy. What I could do is drive on down. Just trying to work out how to do this really. And keep my tractor straight and drive I'll sort this one out in a little bit. I should know if I'm on track because this one would have picked up some of that, half on, half off. The other tractor's a little bit wider. So, right, I'll just pull him out of the way there. And the other mods that don't work, vehicle switcher. So I used to have vehicle switcher on where you could just look at your list and you'd soon get to know, even if you had 3 Fents and 3 identical wagons on, you'd know which one was which. You could, because you'd get obviously the list number, you know, one would be number 1, number 2, number 3. And you could just switch to them even if they were on the other side of the planet, but then it's effectively still teleporting. So we are picking up. I'm just trying to keep it nice and straight without any turn, but this is the one line of windrow that it possibly wouldn't pick up. Looks like I'm not going to hit that one square, but then again it was just 2 wheels on the right, it was on it. Yeah, it's going to get it this time, yeah. That's just leaving it to go on its own, so it must have a little bit of drift, but that's perfect, isn't it, that? Picking it up. And then I'll lead with this tractor from now on. We're recording this course, like I say, so the only thing that we don't want to be doing now is just let me stop and jump out and get the other tractor. It looks like it's got a lighthouse on top of it. Is to make this into a following vehicle. So because I don't have time to send him on his own, it'll only pick up for a short while. So now we'll turn just here. I'm just assuming that it's not going to switch for me. There was another way I was doing my fields in the past, was you go and take 3 lines, and then so you're making like if it takes 3 lines to fill up your wagon, you'd have one course which drives the whole thing, which you would drive last. And then you'd have the one course which drives the whole place right at the very end. But for the most part, you would take 3 lines, pick them up till the wagon was full, then use the other course that you've made to drive it directly back to the bunker and offload it. And then once you'd got all of the courses made for the very first time, so long as your first initial grass cut course and windrow was always going to be in the same place, this very lengthy end course would be pick up the first 3 lines, drive to the field, pick up the first 3 lines, drive back to the bunker, drop it off, drive back to the field, pick up the second 3 lines, etc., and do that, and then chain them all together and call them, you know, whatever you like, 3, 6, 9, 12, and then once the whole course was finished, you would just top it off with the final one, which would take into account all the bits that you might have missed, because sometimes wagons fill up quicker. This particular field collection that we're doing here has got about 3 cuts of grass in one windrow, because I initially cut the grass, never had time to take it to the bunker, then I cut the grass again, and then I came in today and cut it a 3rd time. But the ideal situation is I come into the map, the grass is all collected and it needs cutting, so I immediately cut it, because it takes plenty of time to collect the grass. You know, you could actually cut it halfway through the collection because it's such a big field, and the result is you get literally a full bunker because you've got 3 lots of grass. Now I don't know if the actual values on the field are the same anymore, because I'm doubting everything in Courseplay. Like I say, because of the way Courseplay used to work, I'm also now doubting if I cut the grass the 2nd and 3rd time whilst there's still uncut grass on the field, is it adding to the uncut load that's on the field? And thus, also, if you run over the grass a 2nd time with a cutter, shouldn't it turn some of it into hay? So I think I've got enough hay, but I might not have enough hay, so the last maybe 3 lines of this I will turn into hay. So I'll get my haymaker out and I will scatter the last 3 lines, or maybe just send the cutter over it again in a little while. So I'll talk to you about this argument that was having with this kid who was saying that the bunker course I was making was not possible and has never been possible. So yeah, I've got videos from 2013 and the game before that, I think it was. I started playing a game called John Deere Farmer. That's why I call my website and my videos Farming Simulators, you know. Anyway, Giants came along with their Farming Simulator game, so just calling it Farming Simulator game, and then that's me pushed out. So, and then everybody started calling themselves Farmer George, you know. So I had, you go on YouTube and look for Farmer George, and you know, I had a channel taken off me, then I had another channel taken off me by random people. Then I had another channel taken off me by YouTube. Just you go to it one day, you go from 35,000 subscribers to zero, none, not even a channel. You haven't got, all your videos are gone, everything. So you know, what's the point? So I didn't come on for years and years and years. So why is he stopped there, and why is he not following me anymore? Has he lost the plot? The engine started. Maybe. Unable to locate. Yes. Start engine first. Done that. So let me just try and pick up this lost vehicle. Follow me is the only thing that hasn't really changed and not stopped working properly as it originally was. Simple, it's a simple follow me thing. Leaves the breadcrumbs down from the vehicle that you've decided is the leader. But that has changed in a way, I think, or as I remember right. You used to have to designate the lead vehicle by saying I am the lead vehicle, and then go to the next vehicle and say I am the following vehicle. Now you just sit in any vehicle you like and follow up. So any vehicle you like. So any vehicle, or every vehicle, must be leaving a little trail of breadcrumbs. So that must be the new way that they do it, because you're just getting it. If I wanted to just pull up behind another vehicle with this one, I wouldn't have to designate the other one as a lead vehicle and just pull up behind it and say Control F. Now follow the vehicle in front. If the vehicle's already moved, if it hasn't moved and it hasn't left any breadcrumbs for this vehicle to follow, so this one's currently leaving a trail of breadcrumbs for that one to follow. And if you do make the distance too great, usually when you've got, I'm actually cruising along, I should have stayed at 30 miles an hour, because that one can only just make 30 miles an hour, I think, with the load that it's got in the trailer. Dynamically, the engine and everything else, can't pull it much faster than that, certainly up a hill. Sun blazing over there. That's more or less how it would be in real life, though. You wouldn't be able to see your hand in front of your face there because of the sunlight. Cruise control. So yeah, so what happened was, we'll go back to this argument I was having with this so-called man who said he was instrumental and key to setting up cosplay, and he said cosplay's never been able to fill a empty bunker and put the shovel load into the bio, which is total BS, because you can still do it to this day. Anyhow, so that's a pointless argument, but that's the type of things you come up against. Because in my video I was showing, and it was typical of how things work, in the sense that you use it all the time, and then you try and make a tutorial video for it and to show people how you do it, because everybody asks me, how did you do that? So I made a tutorial video and it wouldn't work. So I record the video. As soon as I hit record on OBS, or back in the day when I first did it, I used to use I can't remember the name of it. It was a FLV recorder, and it only recorded something like 10 minutes at a time. As a limit on it, as it was a free version or something like that. So I recorded this of me doing it, and then later on with OBS, and it seemed every time I hit record the course on replay wouldn't work. So the standard setup is you record the course and then you play back the course to show that it's worked, like we will be playing back this course. I have no idea whether this one's going to work because I'm trying to test something out, which is basically making out a new course. I am going to drive the whole length of this, but these last maybe 3 or 4 lines I'm going to rescatter them with my haymaker and make some hay. In fact, I might have some hay at this brick outhouse, and if I have, I'll use that. Because there was another thing as well, I had a mod that used to age the bales. And so that is the hay one on the top, but I don't know about the others, and there's some silage. And the way that works, of course, is if you've got silage, or if you've got hay, or if you've got straw, or just grass, all of them different types, they do age and they do rot. You know, if you leave hay out, it gets wet and then it'll rot, and if you leave straw out, it's only got a certain shelf life. So there was all that, and those mods don't work as far as I remember. But the last time I checked them was a few years ago, so I stopped fighting against all the open punishments that you get for wanting to play the game you want to play these days. Right, so now I will just temporarily stop here and I will switch to delivery mode. That's what I'm calling delivery mode. That's another short version of it for me. So I'm wanting to see whether or not these modes will switch, and that my challenge is that why is it that cosplay now doesn't work how it used to do, and why is it that maybe some modder can't make another cosplay or an alteration to cosplay or completely rebuild cosplay where, and I understand about the original modders who have cosplay not wanting to share their secrets and all the rest of it, but things don't work the way they was intended. And as we've still been followed, we'll just have to wait from up that hill though. He's made it. And all slows down. Where you record a course and what gets recorded is which mode you change to, and then also it should record, even though I'm on field work, it should record whether or not, or maybe have an automatic sensor to sense whether it's got crops to pick up or not, and if it's got crops to pick up then the pickup bar should go down and the mode of the auger wagon should switch to on, and then if it senses no crops for a short distance it should turn off until it senses more crops and then turn on again. Thus it can speed up and slow down because there is a governor on the actual speed of the vehicle depending on whether or not the auger wagon switched on. We'll just have to slow it down here as well for the should be the ones behind us all the way. Then the thing is, he won't automatically then do what we do. That would be a nice touch, wouldn't it? For the following wagon to then switch on if it senses crop. Doesn't look like he's done much. So now I should be able to unload, but it's not giving me any options. Left control I, okay. I'm going to have to drive on through. He's going to have a difficulty getting through, or maybe I should have stopped him. Right, that's the load undone. And then I will stop him just here. And then just in case there's a crash, we will save this course as Field 07, and let's just call it a joke name, all in one. All in one. And save it. We'll add the save to the save game, and then we'll try and send him on his merry way with the field work on. Nearest waypoint is on, and he doesn't want to go. Yeah, now he's gone. Now we'll have this guy back. Just leave him to do what he's going to do. So he should have just had a real easy time just driving round and round and round, but no, it won't do it. So let's clear his course. And these are loops that used to do that same job. There is a new mode for that though. You can just drive the course in a straight line and stop. And we used to do it a different way. So let's get a... We don't want to catch up with the other wagon too soon anyway. He's driving a different type of course, this guy, normally. So there was a mode here for levelling and compacting, okay. And automatically stop. Auto drive, driver only. Silo is being filled by reverse loading. It is not. Drive through. Detect unloaders in range 50 meters. Let's increase that to 100 meters, so that as soon as anything enters the region, he will pull away and stop doing his stuff. Working with, well, we haven't got no rollers on at the moment. We do have some rollers and that somewhere. We've got this thing. We've got that other thing there as well, but there's the roller. I think that roller doesn't fit this though, does it? Let me use it with this what's on there anyway. So working with 2.1. Let's see if that's accurate. I think it is. Probably a little bit under actually. Max speed 10. Okay. And I thought the way that this one worked, or without wanting to look stupid is that you just parked in the bay, just stopped in the bay and then said drive course. But that isn't what happens, is it? So it's on there. So if we record a course, and I think that you stop here, reverse. See, this is a new one here. Set unload point for the bunker. And I think this is unique to I believe the arrow on the image should change direction rather than it going from blue to green, because what does blue and green mean? And some people are actually, you know, colourblind to blue and green. So if the arrow just showed it going forwards at the moment, it shows reversing. You know, I don't know. Let's just stop it there and say drive the course then. And I don't know what this is about. Why does it have to display the course? So now it's straight into reverse mode. And there was a mod out which annoyed me, was one where you just offload into the bunker and it basically put it in at 100% compacted, and you didn't have to do this at all. So if you're not going to load the bales, you're not going to drive the vehicles, you're not going to go pick them up, you're going to teleport into them, you're going to teleport the bales, you're going to have automatic sheep feeders and cow feeders and automatic watering. What's the point in playing the game? Because you're not doing anything left. You're nothing left. You might as well just watch watch a video of somebody else playing it. So, my argument altogether. Why would you want to play the game if you're going to have all that automation? Right, so I've got a little issue sometimes when I change my mouse. I'm trying to go into rotational, that's it. I can't imagine that the other guy's done yet, so if I can quickly just unload that. So the way we used to do bunkers is, let's delete that course because it's not working, because he was ready to ride up the sides. Just change it to a straight drive-through course. Start about there. I'm not using the shovel scraper at all. It's just on there for looks at the moment. We're just using the weight of the vehicle. Going at a second point. This is, it's 32% compacting. And we'll just take 2 turns because, of course, it keeps messing up. It's a simple straight drive course without anything. Then we just stop it and then drive the course. You don't have to save it, it would necessarily just drive. So we haven't got a bunker course on as such. It's not a bunker compacting course. And it should just keep going round and round that as many times as needed until I get back, and then I'd have to manually take it off. Now he started his little dance, look, he doesn't really know what he wants to do. Let's get out of his way now. I tried to open the rear of the trailer there. Selected. It's all adding to the compacting. Left control line. See, but the pickup's down, which would be damaging the pickup because it's driving on gravel or concrete, whatever that road surface is, and saying you don't have access to this land all the way. So we don't actually want the pickup down. So not going to work as it is, that's for sure. Just change it. We decided to give up. So he has filled and just stopped. Return to the first point. I don't really want to have that on, but let's see what that does. Nothing. Still not moving. So only when you change it, and it didn't change, the course had no way to change the mode. Deactivate, stop at last point. So what is he doing now? Is he actually following the course? Is he doing the turn? So it looks like he would normally just follow the whole of the course there. I'm going to stop the driver and take him to go and empty. So literally I'm back to manually operating the field and all the so he's 5 vehicles away. This is not going to pick up. He's not detecting the crop. So put him into field mode. Now he is. So let's go back to the other vehicle. In fact, another thing I had done as well in the past was you maybe have a lorry that's loaded up and you just heavy lorry, just drive it over and just keep it going round. Stop at the lost point, deactivated, so I don't want it to stop, I just want it to keep going. So we should have been around this about maybe 10 or 15 times by now. But the other thing about using the drive-through course is he doesn't want to stick to the 2 lanes that I've given him. And he hits a bump, it changes his steering, he lets it, and then on the next one, next point, what's this about? I mean, is it because of the wagon now, or I'll change the wagon? I think it's like trying to second guess. And then a lot of the cows milking, let me just have another little binge. A lot of the cows milking, you don't milk the cows anymore. You know, and I was just recently surprised and impressed by Farmer's Dynasty, which I've played for a long time, since it came out. I bought it as it came out, because all farming games, that's me. That's why it's called Farming Simulator. It's not because it's to do with farming simulators who sort of like decided they were going to hog the name and that's it, nobody else could use it. So, because it's now you're using their name. But farming simulators is just plural. It means I played John Deere Farmer and then I played a couple of other farming sims. Even farming sims where you don't actually get to drive the vehicles, like I can't remember the name of it, but there was one. That I used to play. It's like a management game. So I've got the wrong folks. It's this vehicle. You got this bale spike on, you see. But his weight's on the wrong place. And these lights no good now. I mean, there's hardly any lighting in here, and there should be a floodlight there over this side, and it should light up more than what we've got. But never mind. There's a straw. And the straw was for the pigs, so I do need lots more straw, so I might have to send that flatbed down again, pick up some more straw. There's the flatbed purchased, until we get our own stocks going. So basically this weight will allow us to attach the wagon, but there's another thing that I've just actually missed. I should be using this other tractor. Bit of night work. Look at the oil rig out there. Look. Looks great, doesn't it? And a bit of northern. Well, the sunshine has dipped, so with daylight is gone. The moon's out. I haven't had the helicopter for a while, so maybe it's crashed at sea with any luck. Just from the peace and quiet point of view. So, switching to the chuck wagon, mixing ratios. So you never quite understand some of these. So now I cannot hover over mixing rations. So the middle one is silage. So we will start with one silage. And what I used to have is a little chart on my wall because I could never remember the different icons, and they seem to be very difficult to read sometimes, whether they had the little upward spikes. So we just take a look at that now. The middle one is 100%. So now the one that's at the bottom, I think that is hay. So the little V marks, that means you've turned the where it might be straw. Let's have a look. So even these, they could just simply say straw hay. Even if it was in German, it didn't make a difference. You'd still know what it was. Obviously that's peas and butter, that's sunflower. That looks like, that's canola, I think. That's barley, and that's wheat. That's corn. So you've got to go all the way along here till you get your hieroglyphics like this. So that one there still don't know what it means, you know. It just should just say underneath. So that looks like manure. That's lemonade, and that's water. Honest. Drink it. See. So it says here that we've got this much. This must be bunkered silage, right? And when you look in here, you can see it is indeed bunkered silage. But we haven't got any bunkered silage, we've only got silage in sacks. So the bottom one, if we're going to assume the bottom one with the little V's is hay, and you'll see, really simple, why not? They just do that. Underneath the orange bar there it says hay. Why can't they just do that? But actually look at the little image next to it. Does that resemble? No, it's the top one. So it's hay, silage, and the other one might be straw. So this is the one for hay. It can't possibly know how many I've got because it's not in a bunker. So how does it know how many bales I've got? I haven't told it. Unless I put them bales into a building. The other thing I'm upset about with farming simulators as well, and they've done this for a long time anyway, it's a bit of a moot point now, but when you fill a manure bunker over there, it also fills it all over the whole map. Yeah, so top one's hay, middle one is silage, so the bottom one should arguably be grass or straw. It shouldn't be grass, it should actually be straw, and I have no straw. So and you think in the manual when you're reading it, it would be a good idea if you put straw and then put the icon just straight there. I mean, I'm just saying. Or in one of these images, show you what the straw icon looks like. They don't do it with the silage. Could just put it in the text box, a little image there to show you what it looks like. But you could always check. And I've been playing Farming Simulator for years and years and years, and I'm still unsure because they don't really say. Animals, caretaking, I'm just looking for feed, TMR, there it is, total mixed ration. So now they show you it. So why couldn't they have done that in all the other images? Right? Silage can be created by fermenting chaff in a silo, so I've already got the silage done. Can also be produced by wrapping round grass bales with a baler. Total mixed ration is produced by mixing together hay, straw and silage, so not grass, with at least 25% of each and no more than 75% of each. So in order to get this to work, I'm going to have to go and get the straw bale that I've got for the pigs bedding and use that, because I've got no more straw that I know of. But after this next harvest, I'll go buy some now, but after this next harvest we will have more straw than you can shake a stick at. Also, like haylofts, where you used to be able to put the hay up into the loft, but then it started getting teleported off your forks as soon as you raised it, a little bit like this does. And you should be able to separate and half your bales and, you know, quarter your bales and things like that. And the last count I remember as well, I couldn't even put my grass bale, so watch this just disappear. Alright, I'll accept that that just disappears. Fair enough. That's what I want to say. So now we've got a little bit of each, and we want to turn on the wagon to mix. And what should happen is, those shouldn't actually mix. They should have all those green levels should have stayed where they were. You know, also the pigs, they could eat total mixed ration because they eat anything, don't they? And I don't see why they couldn't eat that. But I have got a pig food mixer somewhere. Again, another mod. Let's just pull out the way here. Look at the appalling lightning conditions here. So then vehicles must be ready for coming back. Total mixed ration. It looks as though to me where's my light switch? There it is. So there's straw on the floor in here. We need straw for loads of things. So maybe we'll have to buy 100 bales of straw, I don't know. It says total mixed ration. If you look in the just near the speedo. So we will offload it to the right, and then we'll just take a quick look at the cows. Still empty, and you can see it in the empty in this one. Cleanliness 76, okay. And then all we need in there now is another straw to make the next one. So I'll just speed the next one up a little bit by putting my last hay. It's not my last hay because I do have more hay, but it was kept outside. I'm wondering if that's hay as well. It's in front of me because now I see it in the light. Looks more convincing, and there's no reason for me to store grass because I've got tons of it. All the grass that isn't converted to hay or silage ideally needs to be over at the bunker. And like I was just going to say, that the comment I was going to make was that the bunker was refusing to take the hay bales and they weren't splitting, couldn't split them. Used to have a knife icon on your hands when you were standing near a bale, and you could choose to press, I think it was something like, let's say it was X, I don't remember, and it would cut the bale open and it would turn into a big pile in front of you, like you'd just snap the wires. So whilst I can't make another total mixed ration, there's two ready, and I can put that back in the shed. I mean, I think farming simulators are missing tricks all the time where they could have created a wall poster of how to make silage and total extraction for, people's game room walls and things like that. I'd certainly put it up on the window, and it's a talking point for everybody who comes in. What's that? Oh, it's my game I play. Oh, what game? Because you find that even these, people who like to be all like upper class twit, I don't play games, it's kid stuff, and then you find out a little bit later that they do actually play farming simulators, and they're just like me, big kids, So I love farming sims. So that was going to be what would have been put in the straw bale in. So we could put some straw in here perhaps, I don't know, it'd be difficult, awkward. So I'll maybe put the vehicles, back them into these buildings and put these open sheds for hay and silage. This got dropped here because I was accidentally opening the automatic bale picker up app, which isn't the same as teleporting bales, of course. This is just grass. Okay. So the issue here, I should be able to turn this still into hay, and as you can see, it used to be that you'd be able to drop this and it would either just disappear like it did in the wagon, I think even the pigs would enjoy roaming around in grass. But look, there is a bale in there already. So let's just see whether there's a proof in the pudding. Can I add this bale to the bunker? Because it's of no use to me. I don't think the cows would accept it. So it's not going in there. Can I cut it? No. So, other test is let him get out of my way. Stop modelling. That's not going to... Oh, it did go in. So that'll be my next job. I might just pull the trailer on before I go for some bales, or I could leave him doing this. So here's the thing that apparently these vehicles can't do. Is they can't choose where the bale is, of course. That is the thing. Let me pick up 2 bales at once. I'll try and pick up the 3 to go with next time. The weight isn't sufficient on here. This tractor's okay doing it as long as you keep the bales low. No? So why did the other ones disappear? I'll just lift them out temporarily. Maybe it was when it was in range of that that vehicle's thing, because I'm sure that thing can pick up bales. So why did the other bale just disappear off my forks? It surely hasn't just fallen into the, you know, like under the ground. Because that's been a thing of the past, where tractors used to fall through the floor. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen anymore, but I think it's definitely been a thing of the past. Let me try something. Put these down here. So that doesn't make them disappear. See if he makes them disappear. He's bound to catch them. I mean, he'll either pick them up or go over them completely. Yeah. I could get my mouse to work. Right, so when he touches them with this tool, they should turn to, you would have thought, they don't know, do they? So why did the other bale disappear then? So basically, bales, grass bales, are absolutely useless to me. The only other thing I might be able to do with them is to put them in the shredder and then spray them into there. Or put them in the shredder and turn them into piles, if that's possible. They'll probably say you can't put these square bales square bales in the thing anymore. In the bale shredder. I mean, it's a bale shredder. It wouldn't know the difference between straw and grass. It might just clog up the machine a little bit, because grass is a little bit finer than straw and usually not dry. So it's about time we had them other wagons back, I think. So anyway, put these to pick up now. I'll stop all operations, have a break, turn it to daytime, and we'll come back so we're not messing with comes back. He come quickly around, hasn't he? He's quite quick on that one, that pass. What will have happened with those other vehicles is one will have stopped and be blocking the path of the other one. And nothing will have been done, no work will have been done. I've got to John Deere 7310 is in traffic, so he's sat behind the fence. His work tool needs to be unloaded. So one's full and one's empty. I just had second thoughts and I wanted to just put one in just to see whether or not I could actually break it. Being a bit lazy if I'm not wanting to get the wagon out. Should fall in. Typical. Any other day. Give it a little shove. And pull it out. So it has gone in. Right, let's go and see if we can spray this. First you need to fill the tool so it doesn't recognise that it's got anything in it. Chaff is at 161,000 litres. Compacted is at 100%. So he can stop, wherever he is. And this guy, B, he will not turn on because he doesn't recognise that it's got anything in it. So that's why I only put one in, because if I had put two in, I'd have been struggling to get two out now. Oh, unload here, I. Control, left control I. He's not unloading though, is he? X to open the door. The bed's moving. The grinder's moving. but the bale isn't moving because it doesn't recognise the bale. So we're going to have fun getting that out. Sometimes you can just reach into the wagon from the top and stab it. So I can't get the width of the forks in there though. So let's do it a different way. Even if we have to turn the wagon on its side, I'll knock it out. Just give it a thump. Nope. How did it glitch through the side of the vehicle? Told you I'd get it. Right, so we will not be keeping grass bales in the future. What we can do with those grass bales though, if we can just turn them into salvage bales. It's the only use I've got for them. I was hoping for a contract where I could actually steal some of the grass bales, but you know, Giants are making the missions even literally impossible these days, because where they used to say, oh, you're going to get charged for short baling us, you know, you didn't collect all of your money because the crop wasn't complete. Fair enough, you know. I took the contract to borrow some of the wheat, and in many cases when you've got straw left over, you might have 130 bales on a big field and the job resolves at 30 bales. So what I used to do is take some of the bales and stick them in my own farmyard and then clear off and start delivering them bales. So I took mine first as what I wanted, a little bit of them, what I thought I could get away with. So right, we'll make sure that all the vehicles are off. Stop all the operations, as we said. Because if we advance the time, this is another thing people don't understand. If you advance the time, while engines are running, things like that, and they don't turn off automatically, you are then going to cost yourself a lot of money in fuel and wages. That's off. Just want to check. Ready to harvest. Perfect. But you shouldn't set the vehicle on the harvest and then fast forward your time, because that harvest then, instead of it'll still take an hour to do in real time to harvest the field, but because you're advancing the clock, it might take 12 hours because you're going at speed, but the vehicle still only moves at whatever it is, 8, 9, 10, 12 miles an hour while it's harvesting. It's not the sound you're listening to isn't this vehicle, it's the machinery in the buildings. So everything's in silence. And what time is it actually? It is 8 o'clock. So it's about 6 o'clock. So all the loans, leasing, vehicle, property maintenance wages all had to come out. And it's raining. Lovely. So now we can't harvest the sunflowers. So there was a mod out called Harvest in the Rain, you know. It's not going to be very nice sat there though, in an open cab. Can't harvest in the rain. Yeah. At least all the vehicles are going to get a wash. So whether or not now we should just sit around. Oh, I forgot to turn his lights off. His battery didn't go off like that, did it? So the only thing we've got to do now is just get these harvested things. There was another mod as well for vehicles where when you left them out in the rain they would deteriorate a little bit more than normal if they're out in the sunshine. So he's getting a wash. See the mud on the mud guards, we'll just leave him there and we'll see what happens. You will see him nice and clean eventually. He's got some silage in there for some reason. Yeah, so I'm going to take a little break and I'll come back for another episode. I'm just going to go take a drop by a break. I suppose I could leave you running if you don't mind. He was very quiet, wasn't he? This is one of my favourite wagons actually. See if I can go switch over to my more favourite wagon. Automatically the windscreen wipers start working in this interval. That's a good touch. When the engine's running, as you can see, start the engine, windscreen wipers start going. There's no separate windscreen wiper button there. Bit tight. That'll do. There's my big plough. I'm using that soon. Because I'm not planting sunflowers. This is my favourite of those two because it's got all sorts in it. Start the engine. Can't hear it too well, but it starts the motor up, it runs the hydraulics and starts the engine, and it still isn't ready. Now it's ready. That wagon's just getting a wash. No, it's not going to give me some maintenance. This one could do with a bit of the only trouble with this is its power. That's its top speed at the moment, 25, up this slope. 5 mile an hour, sorry. And it's flat out. In fact, we're not going to use the flatbed to go and get some bales. We'll use the truck. But I'll show you the difference. That's set at 25. If I was to have set this one at 25, I didn't mean to start this little thing off, but let's just do it now. I've started. This one starts quicker. The engine's still running on that, but the windscreen wipers aren't moving. Let's just take this one down here. Its top speed has been set 32, but you know, let's just turn it round. Do the same slope again. You can even follow the same tracks, because you can still see the same tracks. I'll set this to 25, and then we'll just say go. Look, it picks up to 12, 17, 18, 19, 20, 19. That's, if it was pulling something up the hill as well, that would probably still be about the same. And it is obviously a different vehicle to that one, you can see it's much bigger. So, jump out. Got a nice little door animation on it as well on this one. And inside, I think it looks a lot neater. It looks more realistic. Windscreen wipers are working. The curtains in it. This is typical Eastern European. Make it your family spacious, like your kitchen when you're sat in there. Well, mainly the shades from the sun. You sat out in the glaring sun all day long. At least the sun isn't beating down on the back. This one though doesn't do the door thing, does it? Look. Just getting a teleport into the cab. Messed that up because I should have moved that. Not that it matters. Hey, just leave it. And I didn't want to teleport now. I was going to show you how I normally do it. Would be use the bell spike. Correct. I'll go get you some bedding, dear little piggies. So we can pretend that we've got our driver with us, because we're not going to send two AI drivers, we're actually doing the farming ourselves, and part of it is to go down and pick up. We could have just gone and pick up, but the bale spike is going to be required if we have difficulty loading the wagon. Because this morning we just actually started off with harvesting that field. My grandson should be helping me with, but hey, that's how it goes. It's his field, but it needs harvesting. Although it will keep, because I haven't got crop withering on. I was just wondering about that field of sow earlier. So the vehicle we're going to be driving is very much like a sister or brother to that one. I think we'll remember to pick up that on the way back, because we are coming to the farmyard, and that's where I want that animal trail. Although arguably we could leave it there, because the animal trade is over that way somewhere. I've only been there once or twice for the cows. No, it's not actually, it's to the left of us. It's over that way. Anyway, it's all immaterial. I haven't played the map for a good couple of months, I don't think. Seems like an age since I was on it. So that's the type of truck I like, you know, good old fashioned solid gear, none of the modern crap like this. I mean, alright, they do work better and they're faster and they're cleaner and more fuel efficient, and the harvesters pick up more crops. And there's 1,000 other things to say about them. So the thing about this is the crane arm and letting all the sides down. So let's get some. They're going to get soaked, aren't they? Shopping for bales. 650 a pop. So I should have just done that 8. 5 grand. And we don't need to go OT2 with buying bales. I think it is going to be quicker for me to just load them in Although I haven't got a covered wagon, I really should have a covered wagon for this. Would help if I put the sides down on the truck. So remember what the unload sheet. No, we don't want to do the sheet. It never had that on it before. So you can do hood. And look at the engine. And there's all sorts of bits in there spinning. A lot of detail. Side panels. That's all we really need to do. I would like to have just done one side at a time. I mean, I could possibly just still load half of it at a time. Don't follow the motorway. Let's try and do this in Santa Fe Go. And you see. Let me just take a look. Oh, it's well over, isn't it? Yeah, we should get them in. Well, I would have gotten them. So if I could undo the back one, I could leave the back one down. In fact, I could leave them all down, but you know. What is the back part is left control. It's almost placed them into me. In fact, just about got a bit more room in it. Do that with it. Miles to it, like that. That's the way to do it. And then the other thing which is wrong, but it still works, is the load that you're putting in glitches with the straps without pushing the rest of the load off. I knew a funny fella once he was basically quite serious, but sort of like not very talkative, not shy, but just quiet. And you could never get more than a few words out of him about the job that we was doing. I won't say where it was. He was working at a factory. Anyhow, just like me, I suppose. I happened to mention to him, I said, yeah, you know, like game, I'll go play games, you know, all that. No time for it. But he was telling pokies, because as soon as I mentioned that I played farming simulators, he couldn't stop him. He knew everything about the game. He was absolutely highly knowledgeable, and was a forklift driver. And I can't say who it was. I called him Wayne. I won't say his last name, because I never knew it. That's a good enough reason to not say his last name. And I won't say the company. But I recently got laid off from there. He ended up staying, but you know, it's like his head out and all the rest of it. Right, so we'll restrap. I would like to try pulling the sides up, but I don't think there's any point. I've got only 8 bills, which I needed. I don't want to push my luck. They're well strapped down, I can say that. That's the first time I've seen like cross-strapping. But what we're going to do is we are going to pull this guy along with us, because he's going to follow us. Let's put his hook in a safer position. He'll still stab you. Usually a safe position would be better off. And he could possibly bring this roller. Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't. I was going to use this on field 5 because it got quite a bit bumpy. I'll leave the animal trailer where it is because course it is nearly at the place, and so we've got the just let me see if we can see where the animal dealer is. There's the animal dealer, Bottom Island. And we are currently hither, and the animal trailer is parked there. That is it. The other thing that we had parked there was the yellow low loader, which I believe now is parked there. So yeah, it's blue in the icon for it. Let's click that. There's the animal trailer, and there's the animal dealer. So we'll just leave it there. That's my method and my madness. Let's try the lights. Looking good. Not looking good because the lights on the bumper are working. And if it weren't for the fact that I actually put that extra bumper on with the lights in it, the other variant on the bumper didn't have lights on. So I know they've got the lights on front. He's decided to put his lights on as well because I put my lights on. So just to put lights through. And in some cases these do have the indicators on. So if I turn my lights off, oops, you can see the indicators working. Hazards. The screen wipers are on. The only thing that's a little bit disappointing is engine sound is like literally on the distance. What's the horn like? That's me holding it. Reversing sound. I suppose I've got the vehicle engine sounds turned down. Oh, I pressed L, so I wasn't strapped on for a bit there, did you notice? Okay, let's have the lights on again. I pressed L for lights, that's why I don't know why I did that. F for lights. Go inside the cab. Oh, it looks lovely, doesn't it? Especially in orange. I haven't showed off its best piece though, the actual dashboard's quite nice. Nicer than I remember. I used to have like a progressive... What? What happened there? Progressive steering mod. There's the train. Progressive steering mod. And instead of this blipping 100% one way or the other, it would go gentler. So let's indicate for once. Even the indicator's flashing on the dashboard, look. Let's see if the hazards do the same. Yeah, the hazards light are just above the gear lever there. The gear lever's moving, the pedals are all working as well. Stop and just let it come back on. So, windscreen wipers working. The horn again. It does that like a car alarm. Indicators are off now. tractor's following us, I can see it in the mirrors. We can actually alter the mirrors as well. I did see it somewhere. Mirrors, left shift. Oh, that's the side. Let's set the cruise control to 22. Let's try that. £30 wage payment for the driver that's behind me. 30 quid just for driving back from the I think I'll set his wages at lower price. Keep him broke. That's what they do in real life, isn't it? JOB, just over broke. Keep you wanting money. Keep you having to work. No, boss, I'm changing my job. Why, where are you going? Nowhere pays any more money than I do. I know, because we've all got together at our business meeting and said don't pay the workers any more than what you have to. Keep them mean. Keep them keen. Treat them mean, keep them keen. This is more of a realistic speed of what you would actually do in a truck. I might even try and use the I was going to say use the crane to move the bales, but to be realistic about it, whilst the crane might pick up the bales, it's not going to be realistic. It would be nice to be able to pull into a shed and to have been able to sheet over the bales. Okay, let's try unfold the crane. It's just to stabilise the legs. Let's take the thing off. And now we're in this mode. No, they won't. So that's pretty logical. Of course it won't. That's fine. Right. This can actually stay outside. Does not need to be in a shed. As for the milk truck, which we haven't yet started with, I haven't milked any of my cows. just recently. I don't think I've done it ever. Bar of gold there. Right. This was important. One of the jobs I wanted to try and do happens like this in the car as well. I was going to try and put it on the kitchen table, see if it remains. No, it doesn't. So where you're supposed to hide it? Seems like you can't even put it on the floor without dropping it. Not going to go on there. It's not going to go on there. What about this table? Nope. Just leave it in the living room. We'll look at it like it was a glow of a fire or something. All this rain is, the sound of the water is making me want to go. So I'm going to have to go and take a quick bio break anyway. Right. Let's leave the flatbed there for a minute. Right. Bear with me. Just keep your eye on those pigs for me. Right, we'll just do this little bit and then we'll probably call it quits, because I have been going quite a bit now. It's 3 hours. I noticed that lamppost there was invisible. We just clicked through it. The only things I do sort of agree with is maybe having an AI worker who would maybe do stuff feel like he might. Do stuff like keep the feeding bays clean. Why wouldn't you have that, you know? I've worked in a farmyard just temporarily over a summer one time when I was actually a red coat of Butlins, and we was working all sorts of hours. But sometimes through the week, certain people, when they had the time off, they would go, because they were students, if they weren't studying, they'd go strawberry picking and stuff like that. Like, you know. And thus, meanwhile, all your bales are getting soaking wet. So you've got no building to do it in. There is a bale, sort of like depository over there, but you can't get your bales out of it, as far as I'm aware. Open the door. So is that now at the maximum? No more capacity for straw? Okay, fair enough. The cows should have plenty of capacity for straw. We've got to get a shovel on the feeding bays as well, so... I mean, one bale goes quite a ways. I also would like to see a Minecraft style uh, sheep rearing, where obviously if you feed them and you keep them healthy and you put them together, they will breed, but they've got to be together for a length of time, not just Minecraft style where you feed them a bit of wheat and they get all lovey-dovey and you've got a few seconds then. Didn't know that was going to be a thing. It's going to get that one stood, is it? No. So it did not. I don't exactly know what that place is for this building here. It probably is the animal husbandry. Don't know what these silos are for. You know, so you can see it filling now. Look, most of the gaps are closing in. No more capacity for straw. So that's good. At least we've got that sorted. And we could have been managing having the grass in and everything else, but you know, who cares? You think it'll dry out eventually? Right, let's do a mixed ration. We've already got 2 of those components. Did not turn correctly. I thought I might, just for a laugh, try the pigs with a bit of TMR. Start giving milk or something. It says that there is too much straw. So it's currently forage. But when you put grass I don't know how I'm managing to turn the wagon on unless it's running on electric motors, because the PTO isn't connected, look. We haven't got any more hay. We weren't likely to get any hay in weather like this. But what I can do is temporarily turn those gas bales into silage. Because we're not going to be selling silage for a while either. Unless I can cut open these bales and only use a shovelful. Let's try in this yard opening all it says is too heavy. That should open it. So, we cannot open the bale. I don't suppose it would work in the other thing, because the grass didn't work in there. So the only thing I've got to do is perhaps just give in. There's 4,000 litres in this bale. I still can't finish it off though. Because now it's become too full, I reckon. The miracle that it will have just been oh yes, haha, total mixed ration. Okay, fair enough. That only just made it. Let's try feeding the piggies with it. Probably say will not accept TMR. The pigs would. Flip side is right. You know, you should be able to put different foods in different parts of the container and you'd see which pigs, or whether the pigs went up to the TMR or whether they went up to the pig food, which is basically only turnips and spuds and things, root crops rather than grain crops. I just wanted to have a look. cleanliness. Right, we've got to get that. So there's nothing. Does nothing for them. Straw is full. The water needs topping up. The cleanliness is suffering. Well, no, because we put a bit of TMR down now. Total mixed ration is going up. We've got quite a lot of cows now though, so I thought the chickens needed straw. Go check them out. Turn it round over there. Struggling up the hill with this. Uh-huh. That's not going to get picked up any day soon, is it? Ah. So you've got no access, you can't drive in there. Unload here, what's that about? So why does that come on? It's just getting wasted, isn't it? I can't pick that up ever as well. I actually might have had some straw bales, because I thought I'd maybe put me as chicken food for a start in here, staying dry, and that's a real bale. The horses need a there. They should also show sort of like maybe a wetness. Yeah, so I just all them boxes of eggs to go and sort out as well. If this was off Bergman, we'd be making yogurts with the eggs and selling that. That was a bit of a mistake. Not going to bother trying to get it straight. I mean, it's already wet enough now to impact the other straw around it. If it was dry straw you was putting it in, all the wetness out of that straw would just seep into all the others around it and create terrible humidity. I just think I've run over the eggs. Yeah. They'll be rotten by now. He's stood there for that long. But what I might do is come back and play a bit of another farming game today, just before I'm up for work in the morning. As if I hadn't had enough farming for the one day. But yeah, I will just take a break on there. And have something to eat. Wrong one. It's a new truck, but they've got no really decent garage to put it in. Be alright in there for now. And there wasn't the truck we wanted, that purple one, back up in here, but you know, it is what it is. We're not going to get any harvesting done. So the weather forecast. Soy milk patchwork. Free lime. Root crops importers. So everything's getting like podgy muddy. I've got a nice bed of hay to lay down under here in the dry. So obviously those all get filled automatically. He hasn't actually cleaned his mud guards, has he? I thought the rain would have cleaned his mud guards off. The production of wool is very, very slow. It is actually happening though, because there's like them two at the back near the fence, they had nothing in them. We're going to switch to the pooper scooper. Doesn't matter that it's fallen the wrong way up. We will be able to pick it up when we're ready. No doubt. I'll just leave it there. So another thing I'd wish to sort out, when you're picking stuff up, if it's all mixed up, like you can see that there's grass and silage and total mixed ration, then it generally won't mix and it won't tip. But if you was picking it up with the bucket, of course you'd scrape it up, you'd scrape up the grass. So when you go to tip it in a place like this, it'll say not accepted here. Yeah? Can't be done, the action cannot be done. But I'll tell you what I can do with this silage, rather than tipping it back into there. I really shouldn't be lazy. I should just pull this out. And the bit of grass I pulled out of the cows should put it back in here really. And just to show you that this does work, is in a sense that you can see that that muck's there when we look at the pigs on the back. Look at the pigs, it says that they are, the cleanliness is 54%. Total mixed ration. Which I shouldn't have tipped in there anyway. Probably won't accept it in here because it's full. Just slammed into the big backhoe thing. Just look at the pig food. 54% cleanliness, so that wasn't that part. And still got some pig food in here. So I don't understand because there's nothing in the book. Oh, there is stuff in the bucket. Why isn't it coming out? So I can't pick anything else up with this bucket while I've got the pig food in it. Even though it says 0%. Let's just try tipping it once more here, then we'll detach it and reattach it. So this is a problem because it locks up. Doesn't want pig food. Can't get rid of the pig food. Let's try the manure. Should be able to tip anything into the manure pile. But you can't. Cannot be done here, you see. I don't care where it goes, it can just... I might got rid of it. Yeah. Don't know. Cleanliness then. Can't do anything about it, can I? Unless it means empty the pigs, empty the actual manure bin, but where would you empty it to, and why would you empty it if you didn't need to? Because it's supposed to stay in there till I'm ready for it. Let's go and take a we can't because of the straw that's in here now. It's manure. Now look at the 54 still. And what about the cows? Or the sheep? They're clean. Grass and hay. Pigs, sheep, chickens, cows. Cleanliness is 100%, okay, with the cows. Wheat. Wheat, silo's capacity is, looks like 600,000 litres. I've only got 55,000 litres. 55, oh no, 5,519. Yeah, so 64,000, no, 6,456. So I don't know why that wheat was down there. Maybe I tipped it out of a wagon. I mean, this shovel's basically been through pig shit, cow food. And then you're putting it into wheat. Just wheat like this though should also go. Also be able to go into pigs because they eat wheat barley. So we've got 1,151. Add 365. See if it does it. Yeah, it's gone up. I think I said it was 165, now it's 5 something or other. Corn, soybeans, canola, sunflowers. So I could feed the sunflowers to the pigs. And how are the pigs for cleanliness? They're still at 54%. There's nothing I can do about it though, I don't think. Yeah. Right, so I think we're just about done there with that. Put the straw in there maybe. And cannot be performed. So it's got all the straw it can possibly take. 5% in the show. Empty. I think it's just going to be raining all day. We could try advancing the clock though. Right, we'll move the clock on till about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, dinner time-ish. And if the weather doesn't improve, so we're moving at 120 times speed, so now coming up to 9 o'clock. Top right hand corner. Up to 10 o'clock. Sunshine later according to the weather forecast. So you've got the cloud, sunshine, showing how fast the clock is moving. Tomorrow's going to be sunny. So I think that's what it's saying. That's 12 o'clock. We're wasting valuable time to pick this up. You can see how the grass has grown again. So once the sunshine comes, we'll do a mow and just create loads of hay and silage. Back to real time. Save game. There's so much the grass to pick up here. We should maybe go, because we've got that largest tractor now, we should actually go to a larger foraging wagon. told him behind to stop following. That's the controller from the lead vehicle, although you instigated the thing from the rear vehicle. I tried telling him that, he didn't listen. There, now he's done it. So now I've got a lump to deal with now. Still following. Numpty. Behind. Stop. Right, I'm gonna get this other thing moving. Not when I stop raining again. Then time to do. See how this goes. I'll just go quiet on the mic for a bit while I'm having something to eat and get all my company there. Stuck already. We should get that stupid map off though. That is part of auto drive. CP wood. That's that. CP right alt. Okay. Change waypoint to so no, I can't find out exactly what it is that's doing that stupid map. So we'll just let it run like that. As I said, I'll go silent for a little while. We'll see what the other vehicles are doing. And then there, you're doing nothing. So how is it that this one has just continued on? Well, it's on a different type of course. I know that. It's crazy. Leave them to do that for a bit. You know what's going on there. Alright, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. My screen got connected. I didn't realise till the last minute. Anyway, I'm going to make a stop there. And the rain has really ruined my plans for today. I was going to harvest the field. I'll get the rest of this done off camera. And I will catch you in the next one. No, it's quite pleasant listening to the rain and all that. But, you know, not what I wanted to be doing today. And I will see you in the next one, wherever that might be. I don't know when I'm going to be back. I was going to go play another game today, but the Farmers Dynasty one, it's not as interesting as this one. From the point of view of all the way things work and that, you know, course players really giving me a hard time. ATM. Right, this is Farmer George, and I will see you later. Next video, if you subscribe, give us a like and that, you know. I might make a different video up from this one, if I can download it okay and that, and cut out all the lengthy bits, which is all the long drives and stuff. Okay, anyway, I don't know, I might not do any of that. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you next time.